Right. Good morning, everyone. Happy Thursday, aka Friday Junior. We have Thursday, May 11th. Sorry, I just noticed that I had lost connection to Trade Ideas quite some time ago. It looks like that's rather unfortunate. All right. With that said, take a look around the horn at a few things that are going on here. Early in the pre-market, we had a gap up with the SPY. It has since faded pretty well. Going to be the same around the horn here. Post-market garbage. Again, bit of a gap up in the Qs. Ran sideways, faded, popped, fading back again. I don't think he's quite as active with the diamonds in the pre-market, but fading quite a bit harder than all the others. So we can see that reflected here at the pre-market highs versus pre-market lows. This told a very different story at 5 o'clock in the morning than it did, I don't know, sometime around 6:30, 6:45. It really started to make a big shift here on that. I see a list of different stocks that are fairly active in the pre-market here. I'm going to guess that's a buyout. FLWS, I know that was on watch here. I think Real had posted that already as part of his list that he's watching. So I'm sure there'll be no lack of moves both ways today as far as the market goes. The chop and slop continues. What we saw yesterday is, again, another shot at the SPY yesterday. Gap up, fade, move up, fade, complete bounce, back to the positive side. So for now, that's the direction everything looks like it's going. I don't have anything really specific I'm watching for the day right now. I'll just kind of let things unfold with the races as those come along, much as I've done the rest of the week here. There are some items from my position lifetime range scan that I'm looking at longer term. But not running into anything at the moment in the pre-market. Oh, I suppose one other newsworthy item. I guess Robinhood will now let you blow up your account in the middle of the night with 24-hour trading on some stocks and ETFs. I'm sure everybody's very excited about that. Is there any reaction from Hood on that? Yeah. traded, let's see, 640,000 shares on the day right now. Kind of all over the place. PJ, I really don't know why anyone would use Robinhood, to be quite honest, but the fact is there are people that do use it. So I don't really think any true active traders are using it, any true successful active traders. I guess the active trader is a relative term. I mean, I guess if you were an active swing trader, maybe using it, I guess that would be all right. I don't really know. I don't really have experience with Robinhood to, I played around with it when it first came around. I put like $100 in it or something like that just to see what it was all about. So I have, a little bit of familiarization with that. Yeah, it's a limited number, William. So, I mean, like I said, obviously there are people that have Robinhood accounts. How many? I don't know. How active they are, I don't know. And, I can't imagine that the people that hold those Robinhood accounts have any higher success rate than anyone else out there. So, anyways, it's news. It's there. I suppose it'll be tradable, whether it's going to move up and run or it's gonna fade. Let's see if there's anything else noteworthy this morning. So BFLY, there's that. Really a healthy looking chart. POLA, kind of holding up for the whole pre-market here. Started in the post-market, we can see. I saw Real mention GT. There's GT here. What else? SIGA. This had like huge moves months ago. Am I crazy? No? Yeah, all right. So big moves from that several months ago. I'm lying. Big moves from that a year ago. Over a year ago, yeah. A year plus ago. Gee, it doesn't seem like that long ago. I feel like that was only a few months ago. Anywho, there it is for whatever it's worth. This one run here, I don't know if that'll equal anything later. SMMT, we talked about that a little bit the other day. So, on Cinco de Mayo, kind of just, grinding up a little bit, up over $2, more or less sideways, a dipping back up to this level. So we'll see what that holds for the day. What else? Max N. I do believe Real also mentioned this one here on his list. Coming out of earnings. SOUN, it's an AI play. So yeah, I don't think we will have any lack of action as per usual in the day here. See, Trader Moe's talking about MGNI. Oh, there. It's right here. So it's traded 72,000 shares. Kind of jumping all over the place in the pre-market here. It's an earnings play. So earnings post-market yesterday. So yeah, still lots of earnings plays. ABST. Let's see, ABST. Is there news on this? Yeah, so the company announces it'll be acquired by CrossPoint Capital Partners at an enterprise value. So, I mean, here's a Benzinga article on that. Enterprise value of 870 million, so it's a buyout. Oh, and the upgrades and downgrades, that's all up to date here in the room as well. I posted that really early this morning, so. Got all theirs for you. All right, a couple more minutes and I will swap my layout around. I guess a couple other noteworthy things. Can't really show it off in trade ideas necessarily, but right now crude is trading down about $1 to 71.55 for WTI, and VIX is currently at 17.8. Gas futures are at about $2.4665. ES down about 13, NQ up about 8, YM down about 212. Of course, those numbers continue to fluctuate as I say that. So for whatever that is worth for you folks that are interested in these kinds of things. And on the WTI and gas numbers, those are June futures, just in case. I'm not looking at July yet. MINM back in action again today, right? Let's throw a price alert on that. Get right on that. So not a lot traded up for shares so far. 45, just shy of 46,000. I'm sure it's going to crack that in any second. You can see the volume starting to pick up here. No news that I can currently see on it right now. So I mean, it's got a float. It's a 1 million float stock. So I mean, it won't take a whole lot to get this thing rolling. You can see in the pre-market here, still continuing to fade. SPY trading down 0.25% now in the pre-market for whatever that's worth. I'm going to go ahead and swap out my layouts now. Get ready for the open. Let's see. All right, and we've got 30 seconds to the open. Game on. And so there's MI and M, very strong on the open here, approaching 1 million shares. Earnings in the pre-market. Purple is active in the pre-market. Had earnings yesterday after hours. We'll throw a price alert there. Terrible daily chart, but here we are all the same. There's PAGS. Very strong still here. Had it on a chart on another screen. There you go. It's a lot of winning days in a row, however. Obviously, Hood making some noise. We'll set a price alert on that to track it. Palantir was active the other day after their earnings. Here they are again today. I believe Real had mentioned he was adding this as well, coming out of earnings. Rivian gapped up and faded all day yesterday after earnings. Back in action today. AFRM, another one that has had some positive days. So EVLV, it's an early race win, also coming out of earnings. Not a small float either, 76 million in that float, 76.5 million in that float. Still a ways to go on this first 15-minute candle for the SPY, but gap down and a move down off the lows here. Tested again, testing around 110, now 110.40. Just continues to be a magnet for price. Couple of Chinese stocks with TME and IQ here on the races. Upstart here. So gapped up yesterday, kind of ran sideways afterwards. Obviously still very much in play. Earnings just behind it, a couple days now. MG and I. Earnings from the post market yesterday. Not a small float again, basically 117 mil in the float, more than less. So MINM back under $6 again. ECVA, another earnings play from yesterday post market. Another not small float, 122 million in that float. A lot of earnings plays right now. A lot of earnings plays. Here's Carvana again, back over 13. MINM trying to take out high of the day here. A little spready it got, and it's tightened back up again. And it keeps bouncing between, I don't know, like an 11 and 3 cent spread. Poked through high of the day. Now it's really going. Shivan, welcome to the Trade Ideas community. We don't give advice on how people should trade things. We're idea generation. I can answer some questions on the functions of the platform itself. Show you different things when it comes to building scans, but I can't tell you how to trade gaps. There's no right answer to that. You have to have a trading plan formulated in place. These are things that take time and experience. So, if you've got questions specifically on the platform, happy to help with those. As far as trading advice goes, though, that is something we do not do. The one thing I can share with you is for myself, I don't go, I try not to trade usually within the first 25 to 35 minutes, day trade anyways. A lot of head fakes, a lot of reversals, a lot of whipsaw. Of course, am I going to miss some winners that'll run? Yeah, but most of the early moves are head fakes, or they're big moves up and then can run sideways and consolidate to give better entries with better risk management, just from my experience. But that doesn't mean that's how you should trade. There's plenty of people that go right in near the open and they'll tell you that I'm a fool. So thank you, PJ. Appreciate the comment there. I do try best I can. It's hard filling in A, Barry's shoes, and B, you folks in here are already total professionals. MINM, trying to take out that high of the day again. Just rejected off of it. Boy, hard not to chase that, I know. But for some people, it's not a chase. Some people, it's a solid entry. Shervin, yeah, my best advice to you, especially if you're new to trading, hang, watch, learn, observe. We've got a great simulator. Just start plugging trades into that simulator for, a week, a month, a year, whatever you deem to be comfortable. Begin to understand, the platform, scanning, charting, and you have to define who you are as a trader. Part of who you'll be as a trader has a lot to do with your personality. Very laid back, easygoing people. Probably trading something like MINM may not work for you. It's, very rapid, whipping all over the place. People that are great multitaskers and like things pumping and moving and running and on the go. Those kinds of people probably are lined up for more success for something like this. These are the things that, can't really be taught. They just kind of, they develop over time. My personal experience is, basically, a huge portion of what I learned of trading was right here hanging with Barry, who normally runs this. He's, on vacation till next week. It doesn't mean that I had success early. I had zero success for a couple of years. So just that's the reality of what we're doing here, unfortunately. A lot of lessons. Never lose, always learn a lesson, right? That's what they say. I'm not one of those moral victory people, to be honest. I don't believe in moral victories. Although, to be fair, the kids that I coach in softball, I tell them I do. Nothing really lining up for me right now. I am watching this MINM, though, especially on a 5-minute chart here. Broke that VWAP, come back, tested that VWAP. I wish that VWAP number was a bit higher. I might take a stab at it if it was. Really just for risk management purposes. But for share sizing and what I do, it's just not there. We'll see. We'll see what develops over the next couple of minutes. And we see that number's updating pretty quickly, just 32 cents up now. And we're, a couple of minutes left for this volume bar to close on this 5-minute. We're already encroaching on the prior 5-minute. Got 7 minutes and change for this 15-1 to close. And we look like we're going to overtake at any moment here. So do like when the volume holds up early in the day with stocks like these. But again, 1 million in the float. This thing, come right back down to $1, just like that. I don't think that's likely today, to be honest, but thank you, Taurus. I appreciate that. PJ, yeah, I had a couple of conversations with B the Trader. He's an affiliate of ours, but he just didn't seem sold on using any software, period, to me, let alone trade ideas. So, I don't, really know what to say on that. I'd reached out to him again a few times, and he never responded to me after the first couple of meetings that we had. So, that's all I can really comment on that. He seemed like a very nice guy. Seemed like a very, very, very busy guy. As far as his content goes, I'll be honest, I didn't really look at a lot of his content, so I don't know, I don't know what to make from all of that. Sorry, put this race back up in case anybody was watching that. So SMRT, we talked about that earlier. Huge move for that. Huge move for that. Thought I had actually set a price for alert. Oh, excuse me, price alert for it. Obviously, I didn't. MGIN, we talked about that. That's just a gap and go right now. It's into a gap right now, as a matter of fact. So trying to fill this gap right here. The topping shadow from that gap down day. It's an interesting look there. Plenty of volume, plenty of liquidity as far as I'm concerned. So MINM settling down a little bit here. Still a few minutes to, still about 4 minutes and change to close this 15-minute candle. Continue to keep an eye on that. Palantir rejected off the rejected from around the high of the day yesterday. Continue to monitor that on that price alert there. So MINM, again, why these things are so tricky, these early ones here. I mean, not that I think I'm preaching to the choir with you folks. Sorry. I'll shut up now. PRPL, same thing, big topping shadows coming into that. Volume still looks all right for the moment. SMRT, same thing. For the volume anyways. ACVA, back up at it. Again, this is, an interesting one because not a small float on this one with 122 million in that float. Let's take a look how far back till we get some resistance on this chart. So we got to go back a ways to go back about 13 months or so. We get through this level here, a bit of a room, quite a bit of room actually on ACVA. Quite a bit of room on this, as a matter of fact. I'm gonna watch that one pretty hard here. I like that actually. I mean, now granted it is up $2, which is good for just over 15%. Yeah, Jamie. Well, I mean, I don't know. I started my trading career with Barry, but the very first thing that I ever did when I decided I was going to quote unquote learn to trade was I joined the traders room. I didn't understand anything. I mean, literally not one thing. But I just started writing things down in a notebook, listening, and then at the very same day I attended, I don't know, one of the webinars that day. I don't know if it was, Jamie, Steve, and Andy, Dan and Brad. I don't know who it was. I just started attending those regularly, writing every single thing down, and web search and whatever else that I could, get my hands on to understand. And then, after a couple of months in the room, I was very quiet at first, and I started asking some questions, and there's some helpful people in that room at the time that pointed me to some different sites and web searches to help me understand candlestick charting and things of that nature, and then I proceeded to lose money for 2 years in a row. Then after 2 years I stopped losing money, just other than slippage, I guess. And eventually we started getting a few more winners than losers, where the winners were bigger than the losers, I should say, was the real difference maker. when I stopped risking, when I stopped risking $1 to make 10 cents, that was when things started to turn around for me. It took me time. I'm watching this ACVA, but I'm also watching the SPY rate here, and I wonder if this will be one of those cases where this thing was opened and started counter the market, and then the excitement behind the earnings fades, and the market itself gets a hold of it. Excuse me. We also know what the market does. I mean, I think when I was scrolling through Twitter around it when this was happening, the doomsayers were all out. This is it. This is it. Here it goes. Financial system's collapsing. Get ready to get your golden bullets. And then we bounced. So, anywho. There's EVLA. Still looking pretty good here. Not quite as much volume as there had been. Again, not a small float on that one. Damn, AFRN. I should have been paying closer attention to that. Not that it would have gone in, really, but up over 13 now. Room to around that 1330 level. And then after that, after 1330, give or take, then we're looking up towards 14-ish. MGNI hanging around up here still got that gap on it. So Carvana is holding 13, but doesn't look like it's got a lot of alpha on it at the moment. Volume not quite what it was yesterday and days before. Obviously, as we pass by earnings, Rivian, same idea. PAGS, still okay on the volume, but look, rejected on that $12 level. Look under the hood. Sorry, I like puns. Not a lot happening for hood. MINM. Come back down here, test 6. So something worth showing here. Now we've got a half an hour plus in the books, 30-day market breadth right now. So this is today's 30-day highs versus today's 30-day lows. We'd see we're edging out quite a bit to the downside right now. Maybe we do a reversal yesterday, because yesterday this started off real high the other way, and then it moved down and really got overtaken to the red side. Even at the close, it never really bounced back. We'll see what that means. Big cap movers, a fairly even spread, edging out obviously to the sell side. Same thing with the small caps here. So another mixed bag today. GIN right back down. TIRX, who are you? What are you doing? Chinese stock, only 400,000 shares traded on it. Pretty darn spready for a $2 stock, 6-cent spread right now. Put price alert, but I don't think there's much for that right there. SMRT still on the Reese. Not a whole lot going on there. Haven't looked at GT since the open. All right, so bang off that 15, falling. AFRM. That's why I like to wait out things a little bit here, back under 13. Still very obviously much in play, but resistance, and the market is not going to help us right now. Some of these I'm clicking on price alerts have just gone off for those. So FRM back up over 13 again. Excuse me. Palantir poking its head up again a little bit. A lot of shares traded on that. 17 million shares traded on Palantir. Almost 18 million. I'm gonna crack 18 right now. DADA. Another Chinese earnings play. Watching this EVLV. Sorry, Mateo. I just saw your thing about if I see any target on, was it MINM? Any target on it? Not necessarily. I mean, it's hard to say when you've got these big topping shadows. Like, what do you pick? Do you pick this as a target? Do you pick that as a target? You pick $7 as a target from today. You know what I mean? Stocks like this for me are less about targets and more about the risk to the downside you're willing to give up. There's too much chaos in a stock like this for me to just quote unquote pick a target. I mean, something I would say is that if we got up over the high from the 5th, then maybe it'd take a shot at $10. Something like that, I could say. Like I said, but take a shot at it. I don't know. But now there's a lot of challenge to this. $7 is going to be a challenge. $8 is going to be a challenge. $7 is going to be a challenge. $7.50 is going to be a challenge. $8 is going to be a challenge. There's TIRX. Is that Chinese stock again? No, it's not a Chinese stock. Sorry. Oh, yes, it is a Chinese stock. Yes, it is. Not entirely convincing with these last few 5-minute volume candles. Just over 2 million in that float. There's GT. Flirting with 14 again. So the SPY's put in one small green 15-minute candle. Now it's trying to put in another one here. The start of this one. Says MINM. Still poking its head around here. So EVLV popped up over the. So I was reading some support files. I kind of missed all this. There's Max N. Just grinding along beautifully. Similar for you. Let's see, APP. Mostly running sideways. A little up, mostly running sideways. I am 100% with you, Real. That's why I love my evening scan here. And do that homework in the evenings, things that are breaking out over 20 days. Not that everything that comes through this is gold, obviously, but probably where I find big majority of my success. Also, probably why, I've got it here, Barry's 10-day breakout, breakdown, probably why he has such great success with that. I mean, different ways to find momentum. I also generally find the things that I'm picking through these kinds of scans more palatable for me trading versus trying to trade MINM. Not that I won't trade things like this, but I probably have less success with this than I do with things coming through here. I am not surprised that is, I'm not surprised by that. So here's the SPY. I mean, really, really trying to screw with everybody. Gap down, move down, put in a green candle, and it looked like it was going to put in a shooting star or a shooting star on this 15-minute candle. And pop back to green. Now it looks like it's trying to move back down again. So I mean, Again, really messing with the most amount of people possible. So as Real mentioned, finding those 10-day breakout and breakdowns. Those are stocks that are moving counter to the market in general. We have a market that's really moving sideways. So when you have things that are moving up in a sideways market, you're already finding strength. Again, that doesn't mean just go buy those stocks. The 10-day ones, yeah, they're on Barry's site. If you go to Barry's homepage, you'll find them there. If you're having trouble, let me know and I'll open Barry's homepage and kind of walk you through it. But you should find those on Barry's site. That's actually where I got them from. I figured I'd put something up here that Barry normally showcases and that he has a lot of success with. Just kind of, I'm trying to follow along in the chat here. I would really recommend, Mateo. I'm sure you're like a million other people, and myself was included, that you're in a position you really got to make money now. But I would highly recommend spending at least 2 weeks in the simulator. At least 2 weeks in the simulator. Of course, it's a free country. Yeah, I can share that 30-day high low. I think I got that somewhere in my cloud. Just give me 1 second. Thought I had it in my cloud. Guess not. All right, here's the link. There you go. So on the 30-day high-low, speaking of which, we saw a closer spread 50-50 before, really, really kind of deteriorating. We can see the market here as well. Same thing. I don't mean like the market's crashing, of course. We're talking just intraday stuff here. Especially for those that are long anything right now. There's MINM fighting around the VWAP. It's a 635 VWAP. Spread just really widened right there for a second, almost 30 cents. Back down to 30 cents spread again, 29 cents, whatever. Those are the kind of things I always like to watch for a stock getting flushed. SFWL. We talked about this the other day, no? Yeah. 800,000 shares traded, basically. Up nearly 23% from the close. Big engulfing bar here on the daily. However, fairly spready. Fairly spready. ACVA, very nice. We'll pull back, move back to 16. DADA still chugging along beautifully here. Didn't really watch the sectors earlier, but noticing here VIPS, it's a Chinese stock. We talked about a few other ones. Here's the KWeb. The KWeb gapped up some, just a slight gap up, and then a strong opening bar. Has moved up since. I mean, hard to make anything of this daily chart. It's been such a bad downtrend for so long. But anyways, Chinese stocks for the day at the moment have some strength for whatever that's worth. Sorry, just saw J Money Trades in YouTube. No, we don't do futures. Only the U.S. and Canadian stock markets. Our charts only work with U.S. markets. Our scanning works with U.S. and Canadian stocks, but no fundamentals for Canadian stocks. So, all right, INM, bit of a move here again, but a flush down here to that 815. I think this is still going to be a tough area for it right there. I want my price alert up some. Bang, there it goes. And there it comes right back down again. Tough trader. If it fails to break out here, I'd be concerned for anybody long. You know, the thing's just so whippy. You know, with 14-cent spreads and whatever. I'm with you, PJ. Wake me up at 7. Buy the dip. What's going on in the market today? A lot of chop. You know, I'm not really sure what you mean by what's going on in the market today. A lot of chop in the market today. I mean, the SPY chart. Chopping after a small gap down. Qs, same thing. Diamonds, same thing. IWM and the diamonds actually fading pretty hard. So EVLV just still kind of grinding along here. SFWL rejected off that 8. Yeah, I'll send you a link for that. Give me just a moment. There you go. That's a link for that scan. SMRT. Can't really get above that 330 level. PPRL. 320 is block. GT. Still just kind of floating around that 14 level. PAGS still fighting at that $12 level. ACVA fighting at that 16 level. And MINM just kind of toying with people here around that 650 level. Buy the dip. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say. I think 410 is just a magnet for the SPY. Seems to want to dip under it by a few points, then run back over it by a few points, and then come back and touch it again. I'm not personally over concerned with the overall market. And trade what I got through the scanners here when something really interests me. I have zero opinion on the market other than I believe that it will be higher 20 years from today. I believe it'll be at least 1 point higher than it is today. That's my only opinion on the market. To deal in market facts, 30-day breath here, each day has been to the sell side, with the exception of, I think, Monday. Maybe even Monday was to the sell side. Maybe last Friday was the last time this was to the buy side. So obviously not a great look for moving up overall. Look at a few sectors here. I mean, GDX coming back down again. Uranium after what was a couple-day run here, right? Yep, coming back off of it a little bit. Obviously, your regionals. Metals and mining continue to do a whole lot of nothing. Exploration in gas and oil again looks pretty weak. Semiconductors, same thing. Just kind of running sideways at this point. I mean, the downtrend is broken, but that doesn't mean an uptrend is intact or happening. I missed this price alert going off, MGIN. So 1150 number is going to be a little bit of a wall for it, I suppose. So here we go. Market chops around, puts in a solid green bar. Trying to do the same again here on this 15-minute chart. So, well, we shall see. I would be surprised if we saw any real breakout or breakdown at this point today, outside of a news event coming through, of course. Bear with me for a moment. Did it break 7? Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. That didn't break 7. Got to 7. Well, I do hope that anybody that was bag holding it from earlier took that opportunity to get out. And please note there's a difference between bag holding and not being stopped out, of course. Should you have had a sound trading plan around it and had just been underwater. All right, bear with me a moment, folks. Just throwing myself on mute real quick. I furiously type, and I'm sure you don't want to hear it. All right, so MINM, pretty hard rejection there off 7 so far. It's a hefty volume bar that's forming now for the sell side on that. We shall see what happens there. Whoop. There it really slips. MGNI, setting off price alert for me. A little bit of volume coming into that now, trying to break away from 1150. I'm going to be banging away on the keyboard for a couple of minutes here. I'm going to put myself back on mute while there's anything really going on. So let's see, it's 11:42 right now. Mr. Steve Gomez will be here in approximately 17 minutes and change. Cook. What's happening with Cook? Not a lot of shares traded on it. 430,000. 433,000 shares traded on it. It's also coming out of earnings from yesterday. No spread on it. I mean, it's 1 penny spread. So just where does it go to from here? GSM. Plugging along. Volume stayed nice on GSM. Up 8 2/3%. Probably some resistance here while it was rejected around this 470 number. If it got above that, could take a shot at 5, I suppose. And the SPY is now just popped over 412, pop back under it. So a little bit of a rally underway here. See if maybe it's going to close the gap today. We've discussed how gaps love to be filled. DV, huh? DV. Another earnings play. Fell into the VWAPs, reclaimed it now. Bad looking chart here, intraday on that 15-minute chart. Creeping and grinding on that 5-minute chart. Yeah, $30 is going to be a bear for it, but makes it through 30. Looking at 33.50. That blip there, but really looking more back here. Love to see it take out this high because you got these higher lows all through here. You take that out, and you can start to make some claims for some higher highs too, or more solid claim of higher highs. Obviously, sellers try to take it down here. Custom computing. Anytime I see custom computing or programming or anything like that, I just think AI right away. Can't turn a blind eye to that. Wow, GT claimed 14. Really just kind of sit in the middle of all of it at this point. Oh, well, that's bad for Silvergate. I mean, not that things were looking good for them regardless. Perfect circle. You're still holding that gold short. All right, good for you, man. Looking all right now. Just make sure you close it a winner, right? That's the key now. Can't see it because it's on the bottom here, but Sav is showing up on this race. Of course, it dropped off as soon as I widened it, but what are you going to do? Not a lot of volume on it. I don't know. What's a lot, I guess. Almost 500,000 shares traded by noon here. Earnings are behind it. Kind of more of a muted reaction to earnings or delayed reaction here. I don't know if that was really to do with earnings or not. But nevertheless, there it is, up $1, good for 3.7% on the day. So the SPY is continuing to be where it was when we last talked about it. A little bit of a bottoming shadow there for it. It's back up over the VWAP and has captured this 8 EMA on a 15-minute chart. So again, a little bit of a bounce on the SPY here. We'll see again if it can get into the gap and fill. It's been rejected so far. Obviously, it'd be a positive for anybody's longs, and not all longs, obviously. MINM continues to surprise me here that it has actually held. Being honest, when I saw this flush, I thought that was it for the day here. I really thought that was it. I'm trading back over that VWAP of 638 right now. Spread is only a penny on it. Now it's 3 pennies. Volume isn't there, obviously, like it was before. But anyways, there it is. And a price alert set. Way up high, actually. Let's see. Set that price alert for the top of that shadow there. DA plugging along and grinding here still. Ran sideways for about 45 minutes, give or take. Now it's breaking out of that range, making a salt towards 7. Again, big float on that stock, 250 million more than less. CARG. Just had a big gap up yesterday. And kind of a fade and sideways. So it's on the it's on this one here again. All right. Got there in time for it. Flopped off. Small gap up on it and grinding away all day long. Pretty strong actually. Let's see a big topping shadow from beginning of March there to contend with. I hear the beep.
Hey, Chris.
Good morning.
Indeed.
And it's even still morning for me right now.
About 2 minutes. Right on. Yeah, let me present my screen here.
You got it.
If I can remember how to do that. All right, Chrome's not responding. Don't trip out on me.
All my microphone woes of yesterday seem to be better today, at least.
Well, that's good. In the meantime, this StreamYard is on Chrome, and it's playing games with me. It's the circle of confusion. Let's just see what happens here.
Well, if nothing else, kind of a mute day so far.
Yeah. Hello, Stu. I see you. I know I invited you to come here. So as soon as I can get my screen up and running, we'll take a look at that. Gosh darn it. I might have to leave and come back.
I was just gonna say leave and come back, and I'll
I'm
start
gonna
in
close
on
the program.
I'll start in on Stu here, and for you folks in the main room, sorry, Steve was just coming into YouTube. I'll put myself on mute, prepare for a break for a few minutes. By break, I just mean I'll be on mute, staring at my screens blankly. So if there's anything anybody needs from me in the main room, just tag me, and I'll be there. But for now, I'm gonna throw myself on mute there. All right, and then Stu, just get rolling here with you while Steve tries to get Chrome to respond. No one way to use Holly. Let me bring over Holly window really fast. It'd probably be good to have that.
Back, Chris.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so let me go ahead and I just had to reboot Chrome. So let me go ahead and
all right,
handle that so you can have a break. And
all right, I'll let you get at it with Stu, and then Stu, once Steve wraps up here, I'll still have the stream afterwards. So feel free to hang out, ask questions, whether it's about Holly or anything else. So, all right, Steve, I will let you have the comm.
All right, I've got that developers meeting at top of the hour.
Sounds good. I'll be here.
All right, see you.
Adios.
All right, so I had just brought up the strategy trades for today, so we can look at this. Okay, so making sure I've got all strategies, long and short. So it appears we only have 3 ideas today, and they're all shorts. But that doesn't mean we can't analyze some things here. So Stu, I try to teach something extremely simple in using the AI. And let me start off and preface by saying, there's a couple settings. There's conservative mode and there's moderate mode. All right. The people that I see that are getting more success with it, including myself, would be moderate mode. And that is because conservative mode is extremely conservative. Holly can be in a really good trade, and just a slight little blip of a pullback, it takes profits. And so the conservative mode P&L performance can be limited sometimes. And so what I want to show you is first, convince you that moderate mode is the best. If you're wanting to just turn your back on the AI, it makes it harder because you're stuck in conservative mode. You're gonna only get what the AI gives you. Whereas in moderate mode, you're taking more advantage of trading. You're taking more of an active role in managing the risk in real time as new candles come. And so I can start. Let me grab my pen. I can start right here. We're gonna start on the short side. We can go look at yesterday's trades too. And even if you have a question about a specific trade that you did see on the AI, we can go there also. But let's flip the chart upside down. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to give you my 15-minute chart because that's really what I'm going to be talking about. So I can share my 15-minute setup with you. And since these ideas, even though we do have a long-term AI where you can check in and see some of the past historicals that still might be trending, the ones that come out here in real time, these really are kind of day ideas and momentum ideas. And so the reason I'm sharing the 15-minute chart with you is to show you how I use these two and only two indicators. Now, the first one is the 10 SMA. It's simply taking 10, 15-minute candles and drawing this line. And this is the bread and butter line that I want to try and show you and simplify the ideas. Because again, the value of the AI are the triggered ideas for the entry in real time. The value is kind of lost after that. You can do better managing the trades yourself. And so here we go. Let's assume that we took the BE trade short. Obviously, we're happy. It's in the money. AI is still calculating it, so there's no exit on this one. I'll tell you what, if there's a quick bounce here, it could do what we call a profit save and lock that in. But here's what I want to show you. Let's zoom in and use this line. If I was short this trade, I'd maybe be taking half off right here and letting the other half work because you've had a pretty good run. And just to let you know, it's a great trading tip. A lot of times when you're in the money and you've got a good trade working, sometimes taking half off can really benefit you because it takes the angst away from the fear and greed demons. You got one demon on your shoulder saying stay in to make more money, and the other demon is saying sell it out of fear before it pulls back and you miss out on that money. If you sell half, it satisfies that emotional tug of war. So that's a good mental tip for trading. So technically, when would I get out of this trade? So like I said, let's assume that I took half off and now I'm feeling no angst. I know I'm going to make money on this trade. The second half is basically house money, so we say. The minute the first closing candle, and that's what I really want to drive home here, there could be a spike above that declining 10 SMA, but that spike doesn't mean to get out on a hard stop. What I try to teach is if you're able to be patient and hang in there, just observe the price action. And BE might even do that for us here as we watch these trades. It might pop up into the line, and just because it hits the line and maybe goes through by a tick or two doesn't mean pound out. My rule of thumb is wait for the closing candle. So we literally have 10 minutes left here to let this candle work it out. So as we go through some of these charts, I'll refer to it as my signal candle to get out. And all that really means is the momentum is dying. Again, look at this beautiful example. It goes into yesterday, Stu. Momentum held down, momentum held down. So we're literally going to be having our first test here of this declining 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart. And it's very well possible that we get a closing candle to pop above. And once the candle closes and it prints and it's on there as record, there's no more adjustment to that candle. If it's closed above definitively by a few cents, that's your exit. Okay, so your technical analysis is the same. You want to know more how to use the tech. Okay. Um, Specifically, I mean, what do you not understand? There's just the daily entries, and again, if we go through and look at this one, I haven't even looked at this one yet. Short, beautiful example right there. Okay, so the AI gave us a signal to short. Very first test here is passing. We are still looking weak. There's no reason to get out of this. Third trade, third example today. Google. This is a tough one because Google's been strong, but here's a wonderful example of using that on the flip side. Again, I can give some technical analysis tips, but if you want some specifics as to what the AI is doing, uh, we can investigate that. But before you do, this is a perfect example, right? Here's a fading short. The AI decided that this was a short way up here and it's extended. Okay, maybe it is. I'll tell you what, if you're in this trade, what you want to see is a closing candle give up this moving average, which pretty much held, for the most part, a day and a half. If you can get that closing candle below that moving average, stay in. And that's what I'm trying to hammer home is that moderate mode is the way to go. That's where most people are outperforming and doing better. The AI is not very good at making exits. All right, so we just had a profit save. We just had BE. The AI decided it was a conservative exit. And let's see. Hey, that kind of lines up. It broke that moving average, but we still have 7 minutes to go. There's nothing to say that can't turn into a wick and go lower. So beyond that, I'm trying to think. We have the long-term moderate. Okay, moderate mode, moderate profit. So moderate profit is saying it's basically constantly calculating. So moderate profit is going to calculate all the way into the close. Moderate trades will close at 15 or 10 minutes to the end of the bell, before the bell. You saw it just ticked again. Conservative profit is going to be a static. It's going to just add or subtract based on the exits. So if a trade stays open, if you look down and you see conservative profit 164, moderate profit, there's really nothing to see here. It's the same. But what if 2 hours from now you look down and you see moderate profits up $300? Well, then that would kind of hopefully bolster what I'm saying is that the moderate mode typically can outperform better than the conservative mode. That doesn't mean it's going to happen every day. I'm just saying, in my experience and everybody else's experience and users' feedback, managing your own exit is the way to go. So, moderate mode equals moderate profit. Yeah, so the moderate profit is always going to be calculating up here. It's basically, so we could click into that and it kind of changes. You can click into aggressive and you can see it kind of changes the array. Aggressive, again, we don't even want to talk about that. How do you choose moderate mode? Okay, so if you're auto trading, now I'm not really sure, Stu, if you're auto trading or if you're manually taking these suggestions and then manually trading them in your own account. Let's bring up the sim. Okay, so you're manually trading. Good. I'm glad you clarified that because I was about ready to go down the sim mode. If you're manually trading, then you're just ignoring. Okay, you're ignoring when you hear conservative, right? Exit reason. When you hear the AI exit or you see the AI exit and you see an exit reason, okay, so this is the important column right here. Exit reason means that this trade is off. So the AI has basically locked in 3 trades, exit all 3 of them as what we call a trailing stop. We call it profit save. So that is it for the day in the conservative mode, conservative profit mode. All right, moderate mode continues to tick. So we can click on this and you'll see that the columns kind of change. So again, there's kind of a preset array based on which one you do. So to answer your questions, Stu, click on moderate profit. That'll give you the information you want. You can see that the AI did exit here in this column, but you'll also see that the moderate profit continues to adjust. It's not closing. Got it. Cool. All right, we're making progress. what else can we show you that might need some clarification? Okay, so can I get alerts on entries via text? So the answer is yes and no. Yes, you can, but it's very wonky. And I'm going to suggest that you just kind of hang out. We are in a transition right now. We basically moved our architecture from a physical location data center here in San Diego onto Amazon Web Services over the summer. And we're still throwing levers and tweaking, and that is allowing us to reprogram the entire platform into the non-Windows environment C++ download thingy. All right, it's slowly going to be evolving into a web-based HTML5 product. Therefore, Stu, therefore, mobile will be available, and of course, mobile notifications will be available. So that's kind of a coming soon answer. So there's not, the SMS pipeline is kind of broken, and half of the cell phone carriers out there are kind of wonky. It can take you 3 minutes to receive something, and that is just not really desirable in this case. Let me show you this. This is very important. And if you haven't done this, you want to right click and go to actions. And I've got sound set up. So every time I hear a text to speech, I know something has happened. Either an exit, you'll hear it on the exit, the conservative exit, or you'll hear it on the entries. So you'll know something's going on. Probably have already done that, but if not, you definitely want that. Just from a trading perspective here, what do we have? 3 minutes left to go in the candle. And the sellers are putting up a fight here in our first example of trying to use the momentum line, which is i.e. moderate mode, using a simple method to manage the trade. And this is how I gauge and manage and gauge momentum. Once momentum dies, I don't want to be in it. Now it's all the way back. If it closes back below this area or right here, that is not a signal candle in my book. That is not a reason to get out of the short. And it perfectly demonstrates how I learned this. Basically, more often than not, getting out because the trade mid-candle got through that point, only to watch it turn around and wick and look back in hindsight and go, that was a beautiful wick. Why couldn't I sit through that? The other tables to the right, are you confusing my scans here? The other tables to the right are showing a moderate profit percent, 5% on that one, 2%. And again, it's the moderate profit. So it's constantly adjusting. So it's showing us the short in Google is flat, doing nothing, which is fine. The short in BE is continuing to do okay. But if you're talking about this, these are scans. This is a short squeeze scan. So I can share this with you. Just, you can click through it and I'll explain what it is and how I use it. It's basically just a simple scan showing me all stocks with a very high short float, and the colors and the scheme and the sorting is here on short float percentage column. So as I click through the names, I can look at my single stock window to confirm the data points. 30 million, 82% short. That's kind of crazy. But doesn't mean buy it. It doesn't mean do anything. It just means look at the daily and see as you go through, as I go through, if there's something that I want to set an alert on. I think Carvana could be interesting. It had a really big push. I'm actually going to maybe even try and set a pullback alert right around that area. And maybe in the next day or two, I look over and it's lining up with this rising 10 SMA. I don't want to chase things that have run 5 days, but I would like to maybe keep an eye on this. And so I'm going to heart this stock. I'm going to put a heart in the chart there, which throws that symbol over into my liked list, which is very simple to create. There's a channel for it. And then I'll keep an eye on that. So derived from this window, I know that Carvana's got 58% short of 84 million. Keep that on my radar. Allo. Again, I'm more interested in the ones at the top. Oh, this is interesting. So maybe what I would do here is it's consolidating, all right, and it's couldn't get above that 5-day right there. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to pop in a price alert, just above yesterday's high. And then now I will always catch it in real time. And if this thing does pop, and if I'm in the mood to maybe play a short squeeze, hey, I might get a good move. So that's what that scan is for. Again, I'm only interested in the ones at the top here that have very high short floats and that have an interesting chart, looking for consolidations or pullbacks. Nothing in a downtrend. I wouldn't do anything with NVAX here. It looks like it just wants to go lower. So hopefully some of that stuff is helping Stu. Let me know. See a couple of questions. Trader Tim, if a transaction is larger than normal for a stock, how do you catch the single or sweep transaction without all the stock's overall increase in volume on the day? One, we don't have sweep filters for options, but we are going to be looking into getting them. I think they're very important to know. I would like to know when a multi expiration sweep comes through. Right now we have options, volume, put and call, percentages, how they relate to normal. I would like to know that. But if you're not aware, we do have block trades. So you could create a new alert. And if you wanted to see anything with a block above a certain amount, we go block, add alert, and maybe you want to see minimum 100,000 shares. You could enable that as your event and then set your filters up for price and volume and everything else. That's the only thing we can do for a big block trade. Now, again, as I said, the options sweeps are something that we're prioritizing in adding that to our data feed and creating some filters for it. If someone breaks up, no, it does not count as a block. So that's what's kind of unusual, Tim. A lot of times a block might go through the NYSE, ARCA, or a specialist through ARCA. That's kind of an old school alert, really, because you're correct. Everything is now shredded to pieces and sent out to 13 different exchanges. Kind of makes it hard to track the big blocks unless you're looking for those option sweeps. But every now and then you might see, what would be interesting to me is a giant block print of something that maybe fell for 2 or 3 days, hit a very interesting level of support, and that block trade shows up. What that can mean sometimes is just an agreement on the second floor of the exchange where two big institutions agree for a transaction at a certain price. It hits the tape. And a lot of times, if you see those giant block prints at a key area for possible reversal, that can just add fuel or confidence that it might actually be a reversal point. Good question. Perfect. Gold. Oh, yeah, I'm short gold. Good for you. No, you're not crazy. I woke up today, again, I don't have a lot of cash in my 401k. I've substituted it with PSLV, the physical silver fund. Woke up today to find them trying to make a run on the dollar a little bit, the UUP, but they can't do anything. This thing is doomed. Look at this. It got snagged and caught up in the 50-day SMA again. UUP dollar ETF's been under the 50 SMA for a while. Gold and silver are one of the most manipulated things. And so if I just look at gold GLD, or you said you were short GOLD, I'll look at that one. Let's look at the intraday here. Okay, so it's a good trade. It's getting a little extended down here. Definitely huge support at 19. So what I would do, is look at the intraday momentum. It just depends on what your time frame is. Perfect. If you're looking to take quick profits, use my signal candle, which, by the way, how did BE sort itself out? Okay, it was still not a signal candle, but now it's starting to build on itself a little bit. So that one very well could be. But yeah, it just depends on what your time frame is. I don't know if I would stay short gold for very long. That's just me because I'm biased. I'm long silver. But the jump rope turns. It goes around and around and around. So I actually told Andy, my PSLV hurts today. I don't care. It's just a long-term 401k account. It is what it is. I told Andy, I said, hey, it's eyeballing this 50. So maybe, Andy, you might want to set a price alert, because what seems to be working these days is not buying the breakouts, but buying the extended reversions to the mean and being contrarian. So I think Andy might even set an alert. So I'm literally resigned. I'm not going to exit it here and try and buy it back here. It's just not what I do. It's a long-term account. But I feel like, yeah, there might be another day's worth, maybe a big spike into tomorrow morning into that 50-day SMA. And who knows, I might allocate some more cash to it on that level. I'm set an alert myself. Why not? So what you could do, Tim, is, let's see, why don't you give me an idea of what you think a significant size of the block would be, and then maybe we can try something. I've got an idea. On the price of the stock. Yeah, that's a good point. I'll put a minimum price of 20 in here, and I've got a block of let's call it 100,000. That's 100,000, 10,000, 100,000. And we're only going to see those blocks. I want to add one more thing here, one more filter. Change in 30 minutes, we'll say. So in 30 minutes, I want this to maybe be down at least 1%. Let's just see what this comes up with. Nothing. All right. So need to loosen something up here. Let's take away the change in 30 minutes. See if that gives us anything. Okay, let's loosen up the block trade to 50,000. Still nothing. What about a history? Oops. All right, so it's not liking that. All right, so here's another. Here's another concept. Let's scrap that concept. And try a candlestick pattern. Geometric pattern or candle pattern. I would like to see a 60-minute hammer. Make that the alert. And yeah, for the 5-minute volume, I do want to see 300% and down on the day at least 1%. And so we're looking for volume, big increase in volume, maybe even something like 300% there and 500% there. Let's see if that brings in anything. No. I guess it just really depends on what type of filters you want to go along with, down on the day, up on the day. Just obviously I'm not getting the right information that it needs. Catch the singles. Again, the options that you're available to, you could try something like options volume, not in contracts, but options volume. Yeah, but percent. And I guess you would need to look for, a big percent along with a new high or something along those lines. I don't really have a great answer for you. I'm sorry, Tim. I've tried a couple of different angles, but I'm surprised I didn't really get anything. Got that question. Hello, Patrick. I sold all your PSLV yesterday. Back today. Yeah, you know what, Patrick? I'm staying away from the miners. I'm staying away from them because there's still equities, there's still stocks, there's still people in a boardroom trying to figure out how to enrich themselves with an exit strategy. I'd rather be long the commodity itself for the long-term play. I mean, look at Newmont. You know, gold had a really good move, and Newmont couldn't get out of its own basement. Now a slight downtick, and it just freaks out and rolls over. I'm staying away from the miners. They've really been tricky. I don't like the way they trade. I'm just more interested in trading the actual commodity itself lately. Maybe that makes sense to you. Perfect circle on your question. I don't. They're crazy to gauge. I will say this: they seem to have a bias to the downside, meaning they don't seem to want to run up when the metals run up, the physical. But when things get weak, they seem to get really weak. So they have kind of an inherent weakness to them, I would say. And as usual, as always, when you're shorting, you don't want to be shorting new lows and shorting in the hole. You want to fade bounces and fade things. Let's see, I don't know if some people realize, but I took over for Brian Shannon's alphatrends.net this week, which has kept me extremely busy. There was a short I called last night on the watch list using the anchored VWAP. Let's see how that's working out. Is this the one here? Yeah. So yesterday I had said, you don't want to short new lows. You want to kind of fade something. So I put that green line in, and you could see that green line triggered. And that was the area in which you want to try and fade something. And the reason this was a fade idea was it broke down through its anchored VWAP right after earnings. It was a pretty good setup. But the point was, in the video I made to his subscribers, don't get in the habit of shorting new lows. I mean, yeah, that would have worked there, but would you rather have had it up here? Don't be afraid. It's just like buying pullbacks in a bull market. Buy the effing dip, buy the effing dip. How many times did we hear that, 2 or 3 years ago? Well, now it's sell the effing rip in a lot of these names. And so if you're going to be a short seller and you want to maximize your profits and trades, it all comes down to your entry. And if you're shorting in the hole, you might get lucky for a little period, but then before you know it, you're going to get bounced out. Whereas if your entry was a faded contrarian, like I said earlier, this is a contrarian market right now, you're going to get a better bang for your buck. Yeah, we agree, Patrick. I might even load up on some more. All right, Stu, how do I look at Holly's entry signals for yesterday? Perfect. Okay, so let's bring up the AI again. And let's just do some housekeeping here to satisfy my ADD. So defaulting to today, you just go to history, right-click history. You've got many options. You can do a whole time frame, but the simplest way is history yesterday. Now, all of a sudden, these are yesterday's trades. So you can go through and you can look at one by one, back up a little bit, and then you can start to see the entry. And then there was the pullback sell. In that particular case, the conservative profit, did okay. That was the best trade of the day. So here's an example yesterday. Again, you can't just say it's definitive that every day is the same, but conservative profit on this day did beat moderate profit. But I'm still one that thinks that I can outperform using my own risk management versus what the AI decides to do or not do. So more history options would be last week, last 30 days. So you can start to get big chunks in here. And then like when you get some chunks, if you want to take it from there, I think you would just highlight Control C, and you should be able to Control V, drop that into a spreadsheet if you want to analyze even deeper. Okay, the profit targets are based on how much are they? These profit targets are based on how much invested, and do those stocks have the day of entry? Sure, your entry time and exit time. So if you open up that window, you'll see the date, the time. The profit targets are based on the back testing. So when the AI is doing its overnight back testing, it's looking for realistic profit targets. Yeah, so we can expand these columns and get more information. Right click to see the columns. You've got many more options over here if you want. All of these over on the right can be brought over to the left and made an active column, but before you know it, you're going to have a lot of stuff. So I'm going to go back to real time. So just 3 trades today. Probably not likely. If you've been watching the AI, most of these triggers will come to 15 minutes after the market open and trigger maybe, for the next couple of hours. But once we start to get into the lunchtime, the triggers are a little bit more far and few between. Not to say that we won't get one, but we'll see what happens. Let's take a look here and just see. I'm pretty sure BE is probably a stop out signal by now. Ooh, actually, nope, pretty close there. Look at that. It doesn't want to get away from, it doesn't want to definitively get away from that moving average. Now, who's to say that you might have pounded out or not? But again, we're waiting for closing candles, and that second closing candle was right on the line. So you can make a good case as a moderate mode human trader. These are the types of things I'm talking about that are nuanced in real time that we can do with our mind that the AI can. The AI just has back data to go on. Again, the profit target and trying to maximize the profit with the trailing stops. So this thing could get red and drop right back down into the zone again. And if you still have half on, you're making more money than is being shown in conservative mode. So look, so there we go. So Stu, profit mode, moderate is now starting to outpace conservative. It's just the way today is shaping up. SCCO really putting up a fight here. Still no definitive close above, but it very well could. And this is the time of day when these in my opinion, a good momentum run is about a day and a half. You can have a full day of momentum. You get a little follow through the next day. But after the midday of day 2, people start getting itchy and want to take their profits. And so the sell of the pressure and the jump rope comes in and starts to change. Yeah, no problem, Stu. There's no way to backtest Holly because that's what the product is. It's being backtested already and optimized. There's no way you could even really come close to the optimization it achieves. It probably does 1 million simulated trades overnight using our servers. So the backtesting really stops at the alerts that you create, but it's kind of proprietary. I mean, there's no way that I can show you the breakdown short to create and pop that out into a window and then backtest that. It's just not available. The historical performance, is going to be in the history. As far as the historical performance, it's a very slow grinding line up. So it's not getting people in trouble. It's not making people rich, but it's giving people ideas to learn and get involved and start to get your reps and your chops, going. Again, in moderate mode mentality. These are entry ideas, but learning to manage them is where the value is. I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you. If you want to just come in and turn this thing on and automate it and then come back at the end of the day and expect to be up all the time, you're going to be disappointed, especially when you've got slippage and other fees. So the race you're seeing down here, this is not part of premium. The AI Holly is part of premium, and unlimited back testing on the alerts that you create are part of premium. What you're seeing here is just the simple race. We haven't even really touched on this today. So what I'm going to do is this we can break out, unlike the AI Holly. Okay, so we go in here and we say, are we able to do that still? I thought there was a way. Hang on, let me go into show race setup. No, that's not it. Hang on a second. I'm trying to find, we used to have, oh, God, it's right in front of me. Open top list, jeez. So these are derived, the races are derived from our top list windows. Now the top list window does not require an event. So it's just like my short squeeze table. It's sorted. And that sorting is bringing the action to the top. And so we had this for many, many years, and we're trying to get away from the spreadsheet grid data look. I mean, when you look at this, it's just overwhelming information. Who's to know that ZNTL might be sneaking up here quickly and making a move? Well, that's why we created the races, to visualize what's happening under the scenes in these top lists. So, all right, I'll just give you the top list. Or I can give you the race too. It's probably easier, but the race is derived from this top list. Let's take a look at it. We are looking for momentum based on position in the Bollinger Band. So 15-minute time frame, stocks that are just stretching their Bollinger Bands to the upside are going to show up on this race. All right, let me close that. What's happening over here is it's called the top 10. You want to have that enabled. And I'm going to give you this race right now. It'll be enabled automatically. We'll call this the relative strength race. There's the code, and you can run that race. And what's important is look at the concept like this. Everybody kind of has their watch list. They do their homework. Not everybody, but a lot of people do their homework. They have their watch list. They've got their my liked list that I watch every day as well, things that are on here, but I don't know what's going to happen, what's going to light up tomorrow or in real time. And that is what this top 10 list gives us. These are names we had no idea, but for whatever reason, news or whatnot, they're moving. So let's click through them. So it's midday, and we've got this stock's been on the radar lately, albeit, look, it likes to run up and then sell off. It's got a personality of spikiness to it, and it's probably about ready to do it again. Signal candle right there, broke the day's momentum. It's probably going to spike back down into the close. But the point being is there's ideas here. And what I would look for is some nice consolidation, maybe an hour and a half into the perfect right here. Let's just play with this one for a minute. All right. So here we go. I got to turn my simulator on so I can get my buy and sell buttons. And this is where we're really moving towards. I'll show you in a second, Stu. So I see this SFWL. It's on the races. Perfect volume, consolidation. It's riding my 10 SMA. I want in. We're going to simulate buy. Click the buy button. There's my crosshairs. Drop in the trade. Open up the stop a little bit. And this should, maybe if I'm going to have to chase it a little bit. There we go. I chased it. And now I have a buy tag. I now have a simulator. Everybody has access to this. Stu, everybody, doesn't matter what premium or standard. Now I'm simulating SFWL. So if you're a new trader, you've got this free, not free, I mean, you've got the a free look because you're not using money, but you've got this simple workflow. You've got the races, you've got the symbols. What I like is something like this. You're not chasing, you're finding this midday consolidation right here. And so you come in and you simulate it. And if you start doing this and you start making money, before you know it, you're onto something. Versus coming in and just using real money and live money and not really knowing what you're doing, and you get whacked around and you learn your lessons much more expensively than you really need to using this simulator. So I was going through that list and I wanted to highlight something that caught my eye and how you can quickly buy button, simulate it, and just kind of get in a rhythm. When I launch a new race, it gives me an option to run a race on AI Holly Long. I don't know if that was a question or, because I don't think we can do that. Okay, so Stu, you've got your TI open. How do I find this race? So I'm going to click on the link right above us in chat there, and notice what it did. If you click on the link, it takes you to this page. It's all my settings and it's whatever. But this is the magic formula. I'll highlight that and just click copy. Or you can just right click that link in chat and type and select copy link address. All right, so now you've copied it. It's on your clipboard. You've got trade ideas open. You go to file, load from cloud. It's already there. Load. And there's my race. You'll have to start it, and it's going to start from scratch. So notice that I started this new race, but there's no winners in here because this is a forward-thinking, replay. Whereas the one that I started this morning, this is where all the valuable data is for me. These are the top 10 guys. These are the ones that are in motion. SWFL. So I bought right on that moving average in a simulation. I've got my stop. I guess I'll put the stop right about there. That's about the best I think I can weather. So if I'm wrong, it's not a huge wrong, but if I'm right, it'll bounce higher. Okay, so help me out, Tim. Go to new, launch new race. It gives race based on how long. Okay, so let's take a look. You're probably right. Sometimes it's hard for me to even keep up with what we've got going. Real-time stock race. So let's see. Launch new race. Okay, then we have our race launcher. Okay, so our options are biggest gainers, biggest losers, relative long. Oh, it's the long term. So it's the long term. Let me illustrate what this means. So these are not today. These are not today. These are ideas that have come in the past. It's a great question. I'm glad you brought this up, Trader Tim. So if we bring back the AI, just bring that out of the mix for a second. Oh, this trade isn't working. Look at that. Lower the stop a little bit more. Good thing it's simulated money. We bring the AI back up. Okay, we've got a right click. We've got a show long-term trades. Okay, so all of a sudden, you're like, oh, well, what are these down here? Well, back on 4-3, PTCT was a buy, and now it's showing you that we had earnings, and it's still trending higher. TZU, click on that. Let's see. I should be able to switch charts on that, shouldn't I? I guess it's not going to show me. It's just going to give me the thumbnail, so I'd have to go up here and type in TZU. That moving nicely. By the way, look at that daily 10 SMA riding. Just like my 15-minute, the daily does the same thing. So this is a beauty right there. That pullback right into the 10 SMA. That's lovely. So to tie it all together, again, these are ideas that have come from the past. Okay, and they're still trending higher, and these are ones that were sells, and now they're still trending lower. So you've got some buys and sells in there when you select the show the long-term trades. So we're back to the intraday trades, but you are correct. This race, and it's a good feature. I haven't used it, but this race is going to keep track of all these ideas. Now we can click into them and look on the daily chart and see how these things are actually doing. At one time, these were Holly longs, and so we can come in and say, wow, that was a good run, but maybe it pulls back to that 200. Maybe I'll create a price alert. So all of this is really just workflow. How do you want to manage ideas? How do you want to be alerted to ideas that you're seeing so you don't chase? You force yourself to be patient. Yeah, good question. I forgot about that. That's a good reminder that in the races we've got a interesting way for you to just dive right in with this menu, the race launcher. Yeah, very good. So Stu, what you want to do is set up all the desktop windows the way you want them, get them sized, get everything the way you want it, nice and OCD-like. And then this is the kicker. There's two things I want you to do, really. First one is you always want to save your layout locally. So you save layout. It'll say default layout. Say yes, save default layout. So what you've done is you've just told the system when I start the program tomorrow, everything's going to come right back up the way I left it. Now, the second thing you can do is you can create a duplicate layout on the cloud. So maybe you're on another computer or you go to a laptop. You can go to File, Save to the cloud, the top one. And then this one gives you a window of all the things you have. And you just click this button to select the entire layout. and give it a name called layout or whatnot, and then just click save. And now you've got a backup duplicate copy in the cloud. And like I said, you could go to somebody else's computer and download it and then run from there. Or when you're on the road, the cloud comes in handy as well. All right, good questions today. You can see, Stu, this is why we do this every day. You're welcome to come by every day. We've got a new trainer, a different trainer, I should say, every day from 12 to 1 Eastern. Barry is normally here. He's on vacation right now, but Barry does his thing, and sometimes he doesn't take the time to really dig in to the product. He's busy trading, and it's kind of more of a trading room. Whereas the 12 o'clock hour we have designated strictly for support people, and these are things we just can't do over the phone. We want you to see them visually. Yes, great question. So how do we adjust the races? So you would right click, go to show race setup, and when you click stop, you're allowed to change. All right, a couple things in here. Race lanes 10 is a good area for real estate on your desktop screen. I like the 3-minute races. I like the short-term races. Other people like 5 or 10. Very important to change from the open is really the important filter that we're basing the race on. So if you're doing a new race that you've created, you want to make sure you have a column that is designated called change from the open, because these options in the drop down are all derived from the columns that you have in the scan. So you have to add the column to the scan first to enable it in the drop down. But change from the close gives us nothing. Change from the open gives us the information we want. Are these gaps holding? Are they not? And then delta value is basically giving it that pretty look where you've got the winners up top and then sliding to the slower ones at the bottom. Just an easier way to visually organize them. What was that? Yep, every day at noon. And it's designed for you guys, for people trying to get going, for people that are overwhelmed with the complexity and richness of the powerfulness of our platform. We're trying to make it as simple as possible through simple things like we just looked at the real-time launcher. Okay, you just launch one of these formats and you're set. You're good to go. So we're trying to pivot from the this program was made for professional traders, lightning fast day traders, and it's trying. We are evolving. We're not trying. We're on the road to evolving to the newer generation of traders, the mobile, the simplistic. There was a lot of complexity when I first started trading, that a lot of that's been just kind of worked out through technology. And so we're trying to simplify the user experience with the races for visualization rather than staring at a grid, the race launcher to help people so they don't have to configure it, the channels that we have. If you're not aware, Stu, this is an interesting concept. A dock channel bar will not affect your layout. It opens up a workspace window, and you can come in here and you can look at explosive winners, for instance. These are all pre-configured ideas with a race as well and some charts, and it gives you a workspace. Nothing left to do except just sit back and click through and start finding and watching the action. So that's where we're trying to move through. So yeah, please come by every day at 12. Your learning curve will increase tremendously, getting visuals like this, and we can share custom settings with you. We can help you configure something and give you the settings back here in the chat window. Do I recommend brokers that can be linked with trade ideas? Is there an advantage of doing that? Your broker is Thinkorswim. The only ones we link to currently are Interactive Brokers and E-Trade, and it gets kind of wonky sometimes. E-Trade makes one little tweak on their end to the API, and it just kind of throws us off. So those are the only two. Now, if you do have Interactive Brokers, it's a pretty good interface. It's definitely better than Interactive Broker. What the hell's going on here? Look at this race just showing me this thing's going off the hook. Look at that. Interesting. It's a good interface, as I said, better than Interactive Brokers has. and it works for E-Trade too. But E-Trade, you know, they're okay. So yeah, no current plans for Thinkorswim yet, but it is a cool feature. Sometimes the sell buttons. Let's see how that simulated trade is working. Yeah, we're still hanging in there on the simulated trade. We don't. The only linking that we can do is what's called external linking, and even that can be a little goofy. And all that really means is I click symbol HRL, and your platform changes to HRL. Your order entry window changes to HRL, and it links that way. That is called external linking, and it can help save you a little bit of time. We do have something for that. I would recommend maybe emailing us info@trade-ideas.com, and we can send you the PDF on the instructions. But it's, you know, essentially it's under the tools function and external linking. And what you do is you add link, and then this becomes like a little wizard. You move your cursor and you enable the window on the other platform that's not touching Trade Ideas, and then you hit the Shift key, and the Shift key will try to locate exactly what platform you're on. But you have to do it once every day. You have to reconnect the link every day. It doesn't stay on overnight. All right. Getting closer to the top of the hour. If you want another question you're sitting on, you better get it in now, because Chris is going to be coming back to relieve me here soon. I hear birds.
So just rolling in here a couple minutes early, Steve. I know you got to get to another meeting at 1. I can take back over if you're ready.
Yeah, I could use a drink refill and a break.
You got it. Give me
I've been
one.
going all morning meeting with Dave, and I was doing Brian's video, and today is a busy one for me.
Yes, sir.
You
So,
know all
right.
about that. You're busy every day.
All right, I swapped back the screen, and you are off and running. Was there
All
any?
right.
I was trying to follow along. Is there anything left unanswered I should be
No,
touching on?
I think we're good.
Okay.
Stu got
Perfect.
some good help. Hopefully he can come by on other days and
Excellent.
see the value of why we do this versus getting on the phone and chatting. It just doesn't work that way.
No, not indeed. It does not.
Yep.
So, all right, perfect. Thanks, Steve.
All right,
And
I'll see you.
I will see you. I'll see you in an hour. So.
Okay, sounds good. Yep.
All
Bye.
right, bye. So, all right. Hopefully that all worked out well for everybody involved here. So you see TradeStation, TradeZero. We can externally link to those, Tim. I think Steve went over external linking. Here's a great video that I did on external linking. Give me 1 second. I'll drop. a link to that in here. Somewhere. So this video covers for external linking, Trader Workstation, Trader View, whatever that is, and Thinkorswim. The most important part of this whole thing, though, is you must right-click both trade ideas and the target program when launching them and select Run as Administrator. If you do not do that, your linking will not work. We try to link to as many platforms as possible. However, external linking is a one-sided effort from our side only. There is not one of these platforms that we link to that has worked with us to help us do it. Most of these platforms don't even know we exist, really. So, something stops working, you can always let us know. We do what we can on our end to get them to work. But, for example, a year or so ago, Thinkorswim made some changes on their side. They're obviously not going to let us know that they made these changes. They couldn't possibly care less about us, their users or our users or anything else. And, it took us a minute to get back and figure out how to get that linking working for Thinkorswim. So that's what we have to offer for that. External linking does not mean that I can make the order from trade. No, you cannot make the order from trade ideas with external linking. That would be direct linking, and we only do that with E-Trade and IB at this time. So I'm going to pull myself off mute over here on the main room. So, all right, everybody, back on the mic here for both sides, YouTube and the main room. Although the main room, maybe I'll keep myself a little muted if there's a lot of chatter of external linking and other trade ideas stuff, untrading related. I don't want to bother you folks over in the traders room with things that you don't really need to, or don't want to hear, I should say. Was following along a little bit what's going on in the main room. And so just, remember for Mateo, I know you're new trying to learn here. Nobody here is going to let you know what to buy, sell, hold, or what's a buy level, sell level. And we could point out some levels of interest saying, look, prices touch this area a lot. It seems to obviously be a magnet for it, and, so on and so forth. And as long as everybody else in here is okay, generally we encourage the questions. That's how we all learn. And the thing that we would encourage the most is risk management. We are not traders, we're risk managers. The sooner people learn that they're risk managers and not traders, the more likely they are to find some success in this world. Risk management, of course, means something slightly different to all of us. Thanks, PJ. But, I know how it is. Sometimes, you're in a groove doing what you're doing, looking at charts, talking charts, and, the last thing you want to hear is someone with a scratchy voice like myself droning on about things that don't concern you. With that said, PAGS really made a break off that 12 level. Some nice volume is coming to it, up over almost 3 million shares traded on it today. We said this was a level of interest if it could do it. So not too shabby, not too shabby. Give me one moment, put myself on mute here. Sorry, just All right, sorry. So just involved in some chats around here for support. Didn't want to make you listen to me banging on the keyboard, but I'm here for any questions or anything like that. So just let me know. And sorry, just catching up here again. So, Ghost, I see Reels dropped you some links. And yeah, if you put in the general market talk or trade ideas questions, it's easier for me to follow along theirs. Okay, perfect. Thanks, Ray. I was trying to catch up for all that. The specific stocks gets hard to scroll back on because so much is going in there. So yeah, Ghost, just make sure to keep it over to the general. If it's not about specific stocks, keep it over the general market talk or the trade ideas questions. I know they don't look like tabs, but if you hover over them, you can click on them. It's easier for me to follow along there. So as a new subscriber, you should, before doing anything, watch this Getting Started series that I'm going to drop in the general market. All right. And there's also a user's guide. Now, the user's guide gets more useful as you start to get a little bit more context of the software, but certainly good to have right there. And so, yeah, Ghost, just let me know. If you have specific questions right now. It's hard to just dive right into the software when you don't know where someone is with the software, what they're looking for out of it, and what their base knowledge of software trading and markets are. So that all that helps. Mateo, we don't have us here anyways. We don't have a chat with vocal. Just what you're seeing here. There may be other rooms or something like that that allow for that. I don't. If there is, I don't know of any. Wow, MINM still holding above 6. Ain't that something? Some RT back on the race here. I rejected off 340 before. Looking to try to challenge it again. GT back under 14. MGNI 1180 or so was a wall put up there. ACVA, it was a nice move on ACVA. Bit of a pullback and another nice move up. Again, 17 seems to be a wall there. What else? EV, just kind of grinding along. Just these big topping shadows. Makes it tough. Plenty of volume and liquidity. AFRM, we haven't looked at that. It was really strong open. Rejected up here around 1320 or so and fell. I mean, like a knife, absolutely fell. It seems to have caught a bit again. The market itself, had a little bounce with it, but this had, a bit more of a bounce than the market did. Fading again now, still under the VWAP. Interesting on the daily chart. Could this be something that shows weakness and maybe fade it back down in the coming days? Have that big move going into earnings and then kind of muted response out of earnings. Anyways, just looking at that there. And a lot of other things that are action in the morning, I think pretty dead at the moment. Obviously, Hood, not much going on there. TIRX, same thing. Palantir, nada. Upstart, nada. Rivian, Carvana really giving it up. it is again, MINM. All right, so it's 1:50 Eastern right now. I do have the marketing meeting. It's Thursday. And so I'll be on mute during that. And I have another item that I attend to at about 2:30 to 3, and we'll keep it open until 3:30 after that. Yeah, Ghost as Real just put. It's just me on the mic here. And again, I'm just to fill in for Barry. Mr. Barry Anderson will be back next week. We'll take the helm back and I'll rest these vocal cords. SPY getting a little squirrely on us here. It's a bit of a sell-off there. Come down, not quite low of the day. We'll see what happens. A big 0.5% move in the SPY today. GMDA running across the screen. Yeah, up 15.5% on the day. Just cracking $2. That's why the first time I'm seeing it today. Bit of a run from a sub-dollar stock here. Popped up over a buck, gapped up. Didn't close to the body of the candle actually. On the gap fill. Interesting. All right, folks, going to put myself on mute. I'm watching the chat just in case anything major happens, but I'll be on mute for probably about the next 45 minutes, give or take. All right, everybody, I am back in the saddle. We'll hang out for another half an hour, give or take. If there are any questions or anything, let me know. So we do roll into Friday tomorrow. I just, again, I want to thank everybody both in the main room and YouTube, staying on point and everything like that. A lot of, just unbelievable professionals you all are, and great quality content from everybody, and, the help and direction you all share with each other. For me anyways, it's a big deal to see that. So, a huge thank you, and, huge thank you from Barry, I'm sure, as well. Difference between profit taking and trend reversals. I think, part of that would be what your trading plan is. If you've got, you're looking for setups that are, X ratio, on the winners to losers, and not handing back beyond what you deem to be acceptable in that ratio. A lot of that will have to do on the time frame that you're looking at. So, if you're looking at 1 minute charts or 3 minute charts, 5, 15-minute charts, so on and so forth. If there's any indicators that you're using for any of this, whether it be an EMA, an SMA, the VWAP, a range, some kind of pivot line, some kind of move up. If you're in a stock, it's up 3%, you only allowed to pull back 1%, things like that. In the end, you'll never be able to tell the difference. Only in hindsight will you have officially known a difference between a trend reversal and just a pullback, right? It's probably something I'm still very guilty of, exiting trades when it's more of a pullback than a trend reversal. But that's just the way it is sometimes. Look at that. EVLV, man. I know earlier in the day, these big topping and bottoming shadows that were happening made it tough. Then this tightened up in this range, and it's been pretty okay since. I know someone would probably look and be like, oh, well, 20-cent breakout from getting above 480, but 20 cents on a $4 and change stock is it's a big percentage move, actually. The thing's up 94 cents. We can find stuff that's probably up $3 and $4, right? But that's 23%. So, I used to really focus on dollars and cents. Not that that's not important, but, Barry really got me more in that mindset of looking at percentages. Market breadth here, 30-day market breadth. We could see it had pushed down where it's like 62.38 or 63.37. You can see it's made a big move the opposite way now here. And of course, no happy accident that SPY has done this here, taking out high of the day again, just to frustrate everybody. I don't know, frustrate everybody, I see MINM gave it up, like really gave it up now. So, the saying goes, easy come, easy go, all that stuff like that. Who knows, maybe we'll revisit tomorrow, with these big topping shadows on the daily chart, and yet the trend is up though, right? These are things that make trading tough. I have turned my mic down some. Hopefully, it still sounds okay. It's just there's so much background noise with this building going up next door to me, and there's just so much I can do about it. So hopefully, it's not that as bad as it has been. I'm trying to work with it. So NRDS, is that Nerd Wallet? Yeah, it is. No volume on it. I mean, 475,000 shares. Terrible chart. Terrible daily chart. I mean, interesting run here at the end of last year, I guess. Stuffed over that $20. Anyway. So, again, for anybody that's kind of new and following along, an exercise you might want to do, go through stocks that are closing strong today with some decent volume and, put them on a watch list or set some price alerts, maybe above the high of the day or something like that. An example being, Max N, right? Set a price alert, slightly above high of the day. and keep it on a watch list for tomorrow to see if there's a continuation tomorrow. It doesn't mean you have to go running right into it, right? ACVA, another one. Strong day today. Not just, and if you look at, a chart like ACVA, sideways for a bit here, but, look at the longer term trend, right? Follow and track these stocks. What do you observe? What do you see? What do you notice over a couple of days? I don't know if MGIN is just going to be a today move or not. Yeah, this, more sideways here. Does it set up for a breakout? These are the exercises if you really want to learn risk management. You really want to become, a risk manager. You really want to become a, use air quotes, trader. These are the things to be doing. You got NNOX, you get this big gap up, a move up and the sideways move, a big move up, kind of drifting. Here it is still keeping on now though, right? These are the behaviors to watch and learn and observe. Another one, Real mentioned this early in the day. He's adding to his watch list, right? Just kind of drifting nice all day long. It was, made a nice move up into earnings. Had the sellers tried to get it yesterday on earnings day. Reported after hours yesterday, and then very strong today. And while it may look on this chart like all the move was done in one bar, it really wasn't. We got up to 32. We danced around 32 and, high 32.76, right? So, there's a lot of alpha in the stock multiple times today, right? Doesn't mean you get them all. Doesn't mean you trade them all. But, I'm just trying to pass on a few things here towards the end of the day for anybody on the new side. There's another one, VIPS. Ran sideways and sold off. Had a rally, running sideways. What's next for it, right? Nobody knows. What are some likely if-thens that we can take a look at here? If it breaks above the 16 level, then it may have room to 20. Almost a red bar ignore. I don't know if it's quite a red bar ignore on the daily chart. Just shy. The red here just underneath that green. But very close to a red bar ignore going on for it today. On the weekly chart. That's not a daily chart. Something might look good on one time frame, not look as good as on another time frame. Charts can be very fractal. Is there a way to sort with an and condition in topless windows? I can't find a way. No, there's no way to sort with an and condition. It's just, it's the same either way, whether it's the web or not. You have these two sorts. You have a sort here, which is the server sort. Then you have the display sort here by double clicking the column. I mean, there's the color sort also, but I don't think that doesn't influence how things really look other than color. With that's it. There's no and. I mean, maybe you could do something with a yeah. And here, there's no. I mean, maybe with a custom, but customs don't really work like that because a custom with an and becomes like a true false statement. So I guess it would just you could send in an email to info at someone that really works in customs, not myself, might be able to steer you with something, but I'm not making any promises. I don't know how that would work for sort, or if it would work even. But you can send that into really, it's going to end up being Stephanie. If you're listening, Stephanie, I apologize. Please don't hate me. Good night, Mateo. Take care. Well, that was really something. MINM halted on the way up, but it's stacking at it was stacking at 490. Now it's stacking at $5. That's strange. Usually don't see that. Very strange. I wonder, is there news? Nope, halted on circuit breaker up. Just happened to. Sorry, I was typing some stuff out and I just happened to look at that. So here's some time in sales. You can see it halted at 668. Now it's stacking up there at 668. That was strange. I can't say I've never seen that before. I don't recall seeing it. Looks like it's going to be a good open if anybody's in there. Well, this will be a bailout for anybody bag holding it on the day here. Hope they take that opportunity. Having been a bag holder of things like that in the past, I know what it's like. Very uncomfortable. I'll hang around a couple more minutes here. I'm curious how this opens. Be on and off mute a little bit, but we'll leave this open for a second. Observe together. That was a heck of a move there for that MINN. 750, I think, a high. 745. Interesting way to end the day. Well, could this be in play for tomorrow? I suppose anything's possible. Get back to a daily chart on that. I'm taking out the volume of yesterday by quite a bit. Not quite the same volume as these days here, obviously, but you can't imagine that completely dries up for tomorrow. There's NNOX up over 19 now. Boy, what a beast this thing has been, huh? Wild. Yeah. Surrounded by a whole bunch of trees here. Just outside of the city, and yet still a lot of nature. All right, I guess that'll wrap it up for the day here, folks. I think everybody's had enough of me. I will be back tomorrow. I will be back Monday. Barry's, like I say, he's either back the 16th or the 16th or the 17th. I can't remember. Anyways, with that said, I'm going to shut the YouTube side down first. So again, thank you all for hanging. Please come back tomorrow. Any questions or anything else, I'm here to assist the best I can. All right. So thank you all on the YouTube side of things. Take care. We'll see. I'll have this open at about 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.